on the very day that I and others confronted the Russian foreign minister across the G20 summit table with the brutality of his country's actions, on the very day that President Zelensky addressed the G20 with a plan to stop the war, Russia launched over 80 separate missile strikes on Ukraine. The targets were innocent people and civilian infrastructure. The aim, to cast the population into darkness and cold. Once again, Russia has shown its barbarity and given the lie to any claim that they are interested in peace. During the bombardment of Ukraine on Tuesday, an explosion took place in eastern Poland. The investigation into this incident is ongoing, and it has our full support. As we have heard the Polish and American presidents say, it is possible that the explosion was caused by Ukrainian munition, which was deployed in self-defense. And whether or not this proves to be the case, no blame can be placed on a country trying to defend itself against such a barrage. The blame belongs solely to Russia. I spoke to President Duda yesterday to express my sympathy and pledge our solidarity. I also spoke to President Zelensky on a joint call with Prime Minister Trudeau to express our continued support. And I met my G7 and NATO counterparts at the sidelines of the G20. We will help our Polish allies to conclude their investigation, and we will continue to stand with Ukraine in the face of Russia's criminal aggression. Mr. Speaker, the Bali summit took place amidst the worst global economic crisis since 2008. The G20 was created to grip challenges like this, but today's crisis is different because it is being driven by a G20 member. By turning off the gas taps and choking off the Ukrainian grain supply, Russia has severely disrupted global food and energy markets. The economic shockwaves will ripple around the world for years to come. So together with other responsible members of the G20, we are delivering a decisive response. Almost all G20 members called out Russia's actions, declaring that today's era must not be one of war. We will work together to uphold international law and the United Nations Charter, and we will act to protect our collective economic security. The G20 agreed to use all available tools to support the global economy and ensure financial stability. That means international financial institutions mobilizing more resources to support developing countries. It means continuing to call out those who exploit their lending power to create debt traps for emerging economies. And it means tackling the causes of rising inflation head-on, including by delivering fiscal sustainability. We pledged our support for the UN-brokered deal to keep grain shipments moving in the Black Sea. That deal, I'm pleased to say, has now been renewed. 2/3 of Ukraine's wheat goes to developing countries. With famine looming, it is desperately needed, and Russia must uphold its part of this deal. We agreed action to improve energy security by accelerating the transition to clean energy, and we launched a new Just Energy Transition Partnership with Indonesia, which will unlock billions in private finance for new green energy infrastructure. And finally, we committed to maintain free markets, free trade, and to reform the World Trade Organization. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I held my first meeting with President Biden. We pledged to redouble our support for Ukraine and to continue deepening our cooperation, including on energy security and managing the challenges posed by China. I met Prime Minister Modi, where we reviewed progress on our forthcoming FTA. I discussed our extension to the CPTPP with the Prime Ministers of Japan, Canada, and Australia, and I met with almost every other leader at the summit, with the exception of Russia. In each of these discussions, there was a shared determination to restore stability, deliver long-term growth, and drive a better future. One where no single country has the power to hold us back. In just a few moments, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will build on these international foundations when he sets out the autumn statement, putting our economy back onto a positive trajectory and restoring our fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, by being strong abroad, we strengthen our resilience at home. So we will continue to support Ukraine. We will continue to stand up for the rule of law and the fundamental principles of sovereignty and self-determination. And we will build a global economy that is more secure, more stable, and more resilient. Because this is what the gravity of the moment demands. And this is how we will ensure that our country emerges from this crisis stronger than it was before. And I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of his statement. What should have been a summit focused on global economic recovery and delivering clear commitments on climate change was sadly overshadowed by the unjustifiable actions of Russia and their illegal war in Ukraine. Civilian infrastructure targeted across Ukraine and a war of aggression rumbling on as world leaders tried to reach agreement. Whatever the outcome of the investigation into the missile incident in Poland, it is a stark reminder of the danger Russia's unjustifiable war has brought to the border of our NATO allies. We must remain vigilant and united in our opposition to this pointless and brutal conflict. And as I've said many times from this dispatch box, and to the Prime Minister personally, whatever other differences we may have across this House, and there are many, when it comes to the defence of Ukraine, we stand as one. And on behalf of members on this side of the House, well, across the House, I want to send condolences to those killed in Poland. Poland's measured reaction to the incident and the calm heads that have prevailed over the past 2 days is welcome. I listened carefully to what the Prime Minister said about this and agree with him that no country can be blamed for defending itself. We do need to get to the bottom of this, and obviously the investigation is ongoing, but can I ask the Prime Minister when he expects those investigations to be finalised? Russia is losing this war, so I welcome the G20's communiqué, which set out that most members strongly condemn the war in Ukraine. And I ask the Prime Minister, has further support for Ukraine been discussed amongst Western allies? And what efforts are taking place to open a diplomatic roadmap to rid Ukraine of Russian troops and bring an end to the conflict? It is crucial we work to find international unity to further isolate Putin. That will include working with China. We do not underestimate the challenges China poses to global security. And we must defend the human rights of the Uyghur and democracy in Hong Kong. But our approach must be measured, and it is in our interest to work with China on the climate crisis, trade, and most importantly, isolating Putin. I was glad to see constructive dialogue on these issues between President Biden and President Xi. And I'd like to ask the Prime Minister if he believes this summit marks a change in Western-China relations, and whether his government is now taking a different approach from his predecessor to British-China relations. Mr. Speaker, after a decade of low growth in this country, it's crucial we open new trade opportunities. Prime Minister has said he met Prime Minister Modi, where a future UK-India trade deal was discussed. This deal has previously been put in doubt by his Home Secretary, indicating she would not support it. Labour does support a trade deal with India. We believe this can bring new opportunities to promote and create new jobs here in Britain. So can he tell us when he now expects this deal to be completed? And if measures on visas will be included in the overall deal? And, if so, can he guarantee his whole cabinet will actually support it? Can he also tell us whether in his meeting with President Biden the UK-US trade deal was discussed? Or can we assume that this deal now has no prospect of being delivered anytime soon? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Prime Minister whether the Northern Ireland Protocol was raised by either US or EU colleagues? Failure to make progress is hurting British research, development and trade, all at a time when we need to remove barriers for British business. Fixing this issue could lead to a better relationship with our biggest trading partners, an opportunity for our scientists and our exporters, an end to the past 2 years of unnecessary fights and division. So when is he going to deliver? Mr. Speaker, our international alliances have never been so crucial for global stability and our own stability. We on this side of the House know that standing up to Russia's aggression will require further sacrifice. But we must make those sacrifices because taking no action is not an option. The message from all of us must be clear. Ukraine will win and Putin will lose. Democracy and liberty will defeat imperialism again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I start by thanking the right honourable gentleman for his words about the situation in Ukraine and Russia, and for his condemnation of the Russian aggression and steadfast support for the government and indeed this whole House's position on Ukraine. He's right to ask about the further support that we'll be providing. He'll know that we have provided £1.5 billion in economic and humanitarian support to Ukraine, alongside obviously the military assistance. We are hosting a reconstruction conference in the UK next year, and there's an ongoing dialogue about what further support that the Ukrainian government needs from us and others. In the short term, we are in the process of providing 25,000 pieces of winter equipment for the brave Ukrainian soldiers, but also funding to help restore some of the damage done to their energy infrastructure, which I know has been warmly welcomed by President Zelensky. Just to briefly turn to some of his other questions, on China, I very much supported President Biden in his meeting with President Xi. The President and I discussed that meeting at length. I believe that our approach to China is aligned entirely with that of the US and indeed our other allies like Canada and Australia. Of course, China poses significant challenges to our values, our interests, and indeed our economic security. It's right that we take the steps necessary to defend ourselves against them, but it is also right to engage in dialogue where that can make a difference on solving some of the pressing global challenges that we all collectively face. He asked about Northern Ireland. I have discussed this issue with both my European counterparts and indeed the President in various meetings, not just at the G20. I remain committed to finding a solution to the challenges posed by the protocol. It is clearly having an impact on families and businesses on the ground in Northern Ireland. The people of Northern Ireland deserve to have a functioning executive, particularly at a time like this, and it's something that I will devote my energies to bringing about. And I've had so far very constructive relationships with both the President and our European counterparts, including the Taoiseach last week on this particular issue. On trade, I think the broad overarching comment I would make to him is, when it comes to trade deals, whoever they may be with, what I won't do is sacrifice quality for speed. I think it is important. I think it is important that we take the time. It is important that we take the time to get trade deals right. Of course, this government believes wholeheartedly in the power and the benefits of free trade. It's something that we will champion around the world. With regard, I did discuss the free trade agreement with India, and both the Prime Minister and I committed our teams to working as quickly as we can to see if we can bring a successful conclusion to those negotiations. With regard to the US, their priorities are in lots of different areas, but with regard to trade, what we are doing, and the President and I discussed this, we are deepening our economic relationship. The United States is already our single largest trading partner. We're doing more with individual states to broaden our trade relationships, and we've seen recent action on tariffs with regard to steel, aluminium, and agricultural exports, all of which is good for the UK economy. And of course, we are in the process of some exciting conversations about joining CPTPP. That is real evidence of our country's commitment to the Indo-Pacific region. Is something that is supported by the Prime Ministers of Canada, Australia and Japan, and hopefully we can bring those negotiations to conclusion in the near future. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I just say that my reflections on the summit and indeed on attending COP are that the United Kingdom is at its best when we are an engaged and active member of the global community. where we are standing up for our values, where we are defending our interests, but also spreading prosperity and alleviating poverty and suffering. I'm pleased to have had conversations with so many leaders over the past couple of days. It confirms to me that they very much welcome the UK's support in achieving all of those objectives, and that's what this government will set about doing.
Chair of the Select Committee, Alicia Kearns.
Dialogue is never weakness. So will my right honourable friend tell us when he intends to reschedule his meeting with Xi Jinping? Because this is not an endorsement of the Chinese Communist Party, but an opportunity to set forward our red lines, particularly on the hostile actions we've seen on UK soil in the last month. But we do also need to see shortly a strategy from the Prime Minister on China. Will he also inform the House what progress is made at the G20 on isolating Russia, with India and other nations who are not as aligned with us on Ukraine, because they are key to global stability and also to ending bloodshed?
Well, I thank the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee for her excellent question. She's absolutely right about the importance of dialogue. She would have heard what I said to the Leader of the Opposition. We are in the process of refreshing our integrated review, and no doubt our approach to China will be a part of that. But in the meantime, she's right that dialogue also offers the opportunity for us to raise issues of concern, defending our values and interests, particularly with regard to areas like Hong Kong, which we will continue to do as the opportunity arises. She's also right to point out the position of those non-aligned countries. I think we should all take enormous comfort from the fact that the G20 communique was actually agreed. It was substantive, comprehensive, and contained strong language of condemnation about Russia's aggression. That was by no means assured just a week or so ago, and I think speaks to the feeling in the international community, something that I saw across the G20 table, as many, if not all, almost all countries took the opportunity to say something about Russia's actions and join us in condemning it. But there is always work to do, and we will continue to have that dialogue with those partners.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and let me thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement. Mr Speaker, with the Russian military continuing to fire deadly missiles at civilians right across Ukraine, I sincerely hope that Putin's foreign minister was made to feel the justified anger and disgust by those attending the G20. And with that in mind, can I begin by asking the Prime Minister what progress has been made at these summits to further isolate Putin's regime on the international stage? The whole world must stand together on Russian sanctions, and we must make sure that those responsible for crimes against humanity face justice. And what progress has been made to ensure there is no weakening in the international resolve to stand with Ukraine until the victory for their people? Mr Speaker, in terms of G20 discussions on the economy, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor keep referring to the global factors to blame for the financial crisis facing families across these islands. It's the excuse that they are using to impose austerity 2.0 in today's financial statement. But if this is really all to do with global factors, can the Prime Minister explain why the UK is the only G7 economy that is smaller today than it was before the pandemic? Why is the UK the only G7 country enacting austerity 2.0? The reality is this is a political choice. And finally, on the proposed Indo-Pacific trade deal, the latest Brexit fire sale that threatens to sell out our farmers and crofters. Not only this evidence continues to mount that the Brexit effect to reduce our economy by 4%, a factor that is driving Tory austerity. Just week we heard from the former DEFRA Secretary who retrospectively ripped apart the trade deal with Australia and the damaging impact it will have on our agri-food sector. A deal, I would remind the opposite benches, endorsed by every single Conservative MP. So can the Prime Minister explain to Scotland's food and farming industries why he is so committed to pursuing yet another Brexit deal which will deliver a hammer blow to their businesses?
Mr Speaker, I welcome the honourable gentleman's comments about Russia and Ukraine. Thank him for those. He should be reassured that the Russian Foreign Minister felt, I think, the full assault of allies, including the United Kingdom, in Putin's absence, of the absolute outrage that the international community feels at what is happening, and that will continue to do so when Russia attend these fora. With regard to farming, look, this government is an absolute champion of British farming and farmers. It will remain the case, and it will continue. And it will continue to find opportunities to put great British produce on the tables of many more families around the world. And that's what we will continue to do. I'll just briefly address his comments on the economy, because I just point out, I mean, he had a few different stats. It's worth bearing in mind that we've just come from a G20 summit where 2/3 of those G20 members sitting around that table are experiencing inflation rates north of 7%. The IMF predicts that 1/3 of the world's economy is already or will shortly be in recession. And if he took the time to read the G20 communique, he will see that actually the global picture is very clear. Countries around the world are grappling with high energy prices, high food prices, and rising interest rates. And indeed, many countries around the world, like us, have committed, as does the international community, to ensuring fiscal sustainability as a path to improving those. That is absolutely the challenge that we confront. It's absolutely the challenge that the Chancellor will meet head-on, and we will make those decisions with fairness and with compassion.
So this Defence-Select Committee to myself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I strongly welcome the Prime Minister's words at the G20 in condemning Russia's aggression in Ukraine. I've just returned from Odessa with the Defence Select Committee, where there is huge appreciation for the British efforts in supporting Ukraine at this time. But just 1/5 of those grain ships are able to get out compared with prior to the war. And with Russia's maritime force severely diminished, Odessa is calling out for a new, more efficient grain deal. Would the Prime Minister agree to meet with me to look at securing a UN General Assembly resolution bypassing the Security Council, which would grant Odessa humanitarian safe haven status and the formation of a UN-led maritime force so those vital grain ships can be escorted safely out of Odessa?
Well, my honourable friend is right to highlight the importance of the grain shipments through Odessa. I'm very pleased that after concerted effort on our part and other allies with the United Nations Secretary-General, the grain deal has indeed been extended, which was in some doubt just days ago. I think that demonstrates the pressure that was put on Russia by the international community. He knows the importance of the free flow of both food and fertilisers to the developing world through those ships. I'd be delighted to meet with him to see what more we could do, but I think for now we should be very pleased that the grain deal is being extended. It's already seeing a decline in wheat prices, and that will bring some alleviation to the food inflation that we're seeing, particularly in the African continent.
Chris Brown.
Mr. Speaker, Putin's aggression was allowed to prosper for too long, ever since 2008, you could argue, so I completely support what the Prime Minister has said and done in supporting Ukraine against the barbarism of the Russian Federation. But just on China, can I ask him, I understand the realpolitik of this last week, but the concentration camps in the Xinjiang province continue, as does the genocide, and the suppression of human rights in Hong Kong continues. So can I just ask him to do one thing which the United States of America has already done, which is sanction Carrie Lam?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that the United Kingdom has led efforts to hold China to account, including imposing sanctions on senior Chinese officials and mobilising international support to hold China to account at the United Nations. And as we heard previously, we will use dialogue as an opportunity to raise the concerns we have on Xinjiang and other human rights abuses as we see them.
John Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I commend the Prime Minister for the leadership this country is providing across a range of issues, including Russia. As to our ascension to the CPTPP, does he share my enthusiasm and optimism, given that this is a trading bloc that represents nearly 15% of the world's GDP, and it offers so many opportunities for so many export industries, including the Scotch industry, which tariffs would fall from 100% in many cases to 0. I'm sure that is something even the SNP could raise a glass to when we join.
My honourable friend puts it very, very well. And he's right about the importance of CPTPP. Not only the very significant economic benefits that he mentions, but also the strategic benefits about the United Kingdom being an engaged member of the Indo-Pacific community. As I said, I discussed with the Prime Ministers of Australia, Japan and Canada. There's incredible excitement about us joining, and we'll continue to conclude those negotiations as quickly as possible.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister will know that the last G20 agreed to on-lend $100 billion of IMF special drawing rights to help tackle the crisis of food fragility and climate finance in the Global South. To date, we have only agreed to share much less of our entitlement than both France and China. The crisis is now. Will the Prime Minister look again at how we can increase our on-lending to this multilateral effort, not least to make good for the appalling decision to slash our aid budget?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I was pleased as Chancellor to actually usher through the special drawing rights allocation at the IMF, which is providing enormous relief to countries around the world. I met with the Managing Director of the IMF to discuss how we can do more. But remember, the SDR allocation is just one part of our efforts to support people around the world. Also recently pleased to announce a £1 billion commitment to the Global Fund, something that was warmly welcomed, especially by countries in Africa.
Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
The Prime Minister to be congratulated on such successful talks with so many leaders around the world, in particular with President Modi. Could he update the House on other matters other than trade he discussed? For example, the granting of visas for highly skilled people to fill those needs in this country, possibly on environment, but above all on the issue raised by the Foreign Affairs Committee, India's stance to supporting Ukraine as the world's biggest democracy.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Our relationship and partnership with India goes so much more broadly than just the trading relationship. Actually, I was pleased to discuss increasing our security cooperation with India, work that began before my tenure, but we're keen to carry on. And also we made an announcement on a mobility scheme for young people, both from India to come here and for Brits to go there. It's a sign of what is possible, and I think those types of exchanges are both positive for countries involved and for the young people who will benefit from them.
Tamanjeet Singh Dassi.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, at the G20, the Prime Minister agreed with his Indian counterpart to allow an additional 3,000 Indians into the UK every year, which inevitably, in the fullness of time, will lead to an increase in immigration. But at the same time, the Home Secretary has been busy spouting anti-immigrant, anti-refugee dog whistle rhetoric, including incendiary remarks against international Indian students, which so incensed people within India. So who exactly is in charge of immigration policy? Is it the Prime Minister or the wannabe Prime Minister?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm disappointed with the honourable gentleman's comments, because I know he doesn't believe that. I think he can actually take comfort from the announcement that we just made, which is good also for Indian students as well as it is for British students to be able to go back and forth. That is a good thing. And what the Home Secretary is rightly focused on, and nothing dog whistle about it, is clamping down on illegal migration. That's something that the British people rightly expect and demand, and it's something that the Home Secretary and this government will deliver.
Michael Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition said correctly, Russia is losing this war. And like a wounded animal, it is lashing out, using weapons now, we believe, from Iran and also from North Korea. Was any consideration given to additional sanctions on those two countries, and also possibly excluding Russia from membership of the G20?
I say to my honourable friend, the G20 is not like the G7. It's a broader grouping of countries that works by consensus, so it is not possible to expel Russia in the same way. But what he will take comfort from is that we use the opportunity to unequivocally condemn Russia's actions. With regard to sanctions on Iran and others, he will know or may be aware that we have recently imposed new sanctions on Iran, but related specifically to their treatment of protesters in the recent demonstrations. It's the right thing to do. The behaviour of the Iranian regime is not acceptable, and we should hold them to account for it.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Facing the worst drought in 40 years, tens of millions of people in East Africa are going hungry. Children are dying today of malnutrition, and the United Nations expects a famine to be declared before the end of the year. While recognising the humanitarian aid that the UK has already given, does the Prime Minister recognise that the international community now needs to do more to save lives and not wait for that formal declaration of famine?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK is already tackling this issue head-on. At UNGA, we announced funding in particular for famine support in Somalia, and our work on helping to secure an extension to the Black Sea Grain Initiative will make an enormous difference to the people that he rightly cares about, as do I. But I'd also let him know that countries in Africa were very pleased by our commitment to the Global Fund, because they know that will also help alleviate some of the difficulties that they're facing.
Siobhan Bailey.
Deputy Speaker, multinationalism has never been more important given current global pressures and threats, not least in protecting the people of Ukraine. But despite Twitter mainly having a meltdown over flowery shirts, as this was his first G20 as Prime Minister, can my right honourable friend tell us how useful he found the meeting for relationship building and consolidating joint international working?
Well, I could say to my honourable friend, of course these summits are helpful in coordinating global action on tackling challenges like inflation or indeed supporting Ukraine. But it's also helpful in building those relationships with foreign leaders that can deliver tangible benefit for people here at home. Most recently, we've seen that given the dialogue we are now having with President Macron, the French, that's led to a new deal to help us tackle illegal migration. That's an example of why these dialogues and summits matter, but it's delivering real change for people here at home.
Ben Bradshaw.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And further to his replies about our relationship with India, why are Britons alone in Europe currently excluded from the Indian e-visa scheme, which is doing more damage to our hard-pressed travel and tourism sector and extreme inconvenience for British families who want to visit relatives in India in the months to come? Did his discussions with Prime Minister Modi give him any hope that this ban might be lifted any time soon?
I can tell my honourable friend it is something that we discussed and raised. Of course, I would like to see the United Kingdom included on the e-visa scheme, and he can rest assured that we'll continue to raise it with our Indian counterparts.
Shaleshwara.
Speaker, would my right honourable friend confirm that in his conversations with President Biden of the US and his counterparts in the EU, he has made it absolutely clear the UK's intention to preserve the integrity of the Good Friday Agreement? And would you also confirm that in so doing, it is not unreasonable for the UK, an independent and sovereign nation, to be able to maintain its own economic integrity?
I can give my right honourable friend that assurance. Of course, the territorial integrity of the United Kingdom is important and must be preserved, and that is under some stress, as we have seen in Northern Ireland, that he knows very well from his previous role. And he has my commitment to the Good Friday Agreement, something that I discussed not only with our European counterparts, but also the President. We remain committed to delivering all strands of that agreement, and that's what I will work tirelessly to do.
Patrick Grady.
Deputy Speaker, were there any discussions at the G20 about the situation in Iran? I've heard from a lot of constituents who want to express their solidarity with the protesters and their outrage at the way the regime is cracking down on them. So what steps can the G20 take to support progress towards stability and democracy in Iran?
Well, the protests send a clear message that the Iranian people are not satisfied with the path that their government has taken. As I was mentioning, we have now sanctioned 24 extra people, both political and security officials, for their role in the crackdown on protesters. And my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, recently summoned Iran's most senior diplomat in the UK to make clear that we do not tolerate threats to life and intimidation of any kind.
Sir Christopher Chu.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree that Putin was emboldened to attack Ukraine by the continuous appeasement of Western democracies over many years? And why does he not think that a similar appeasement of the Chinese dictatorship will not result in a similar disaster?
So I'd just say to my honourable friend that our approach to China is in complete alignment with the United States, with Canada, on Australia. It is one that is absolutely clear-eyed about the challenges that China poses to our values and to our interests and to our economic security, and that's why it's right that we take robust action to defend ourselves against that, as we saw just yesterday with the decision on Chinese investment in a sensitive industry in this country.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the key global challenges facing the G20 is migration and refugees. And I know this country has a proud history of fulfilling our international obligations to the most vulnerable, including children. So could the Prime Minister just confirm that no unaccompanied asylum-seeking children under the age of 8 are currently being held at Manston? And if he doesn't know the answer, could he write to me as a matter of urgency? Thank you.
I'd be happy to write to the right honourable lady. She'll know well that we have different processes and procedures in place for unaccompanied asylum-seeking children to make sure that they get extra safeguarding protection as they rightly are due, and I'll get back to her with an update on where we are.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Russian attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure in recent weeks just show the full extent of Putin's complete desperation. So can the Prime Minister confirm that the UK is providing Ukraine with the energy equipment and the support that they need to help repair their infrastructure so that they can keep their lights on and their heat coming in the months ahead?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this particular need of the Ukrainians. It's something that I've discussed a couple of times with President Zelensky, and I can assure him in the House that we are playing our part in providing funding and expertise to help resolve some of the issues, and the Ukrainians, I know, are very grateful for that support.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The G20 communiqué urged all parties to finalise and adopt the forthcoming COP15 Global Biodiversity Framework in Montreal. At this crisis time for nature, both globally and at home, he'll know the importance of leading by example. So as well as accelerating the UK's domestic environmental agenda, will he ensure that he's not forced into another last-minute U-turn, as we saw ahead of COP26? Will he commit now to attending COP15 in person and show that leadership?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think anyone can doubt our commitment to biodiversity and nature. It was something that the United Kingdom proudly led at Glasgow last year to put it on the agenda. We'll have a range of different people attending Montreal, but I was very pleased that we ensured that the G20 communiqué reaffirmed the G20's commitment to the targets that were set at COP. That was something that we fought very hard for, and we should all rightly be proud that it is there in the G20 communiqué.
Roman Chishti.
Speaker, can I ask the Prime Minister a specific question with regards to the conversation he had with Prime Minister Trudeau? The United Kingdom and Canada have a specifically close relationship by being members of the G7, G20, Five Eyes, NATO and the Commonwealth. Whether it's friendships in Parliament or whether it's friendships with world leaders, one needs to know where they stand. Can I ask the Prime Minister, did he ask Prime Minister Trudeau with regards to Canada stepping up to its 2% GDP towards NATO? And did the United Kingdom ask Canada to do more in the high north, the Arctic, where we face greater threat from Russia and they have a specific expertise in that area?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I encourage all members of NATO to make their way towards the 2% target, something that we've proudly done in this country for some years. But also, our cooperation with Canada is deep. Prime Minister Trudeau was pleased to announce an extension of the Canadian support for our programme to train Ukrainian soldiers here, something that we're working closely with them on, and I'd be happy to pick up the conversation on the High North. Again, that will be a feature of our refreshed integrated review.
Geraint Davis.
The Prime Minister knows that the Energy Charter Treaty enables fossil fuel companies to sue governments who pass legislation that undermine their future profits in the name of climate change, and which is why Germany and France have announced they're withdrawing, as are Poland, Holland, Slovenia and Spain. So when does he anticipate the UK withdrawing from the Energy Charter Treaty, or does he put fossil fuel profits ahead of climate change? And will he raise this within WTO reform?
Well, the honourable gentleman mentioned a range of other countries in regard to fossil fuels. Actually, it was the United Kingdom who led through the COP last year in making sure that we end the climate finance for coal plants, something that actually other countries do need to catch up with us on, and we will continue to champion that in all these forums because that's the right thing to do, and it was a commitment we made at Glasgow that needs to be upheld.
Richard Drax.
Madam Deputy Speaker, having just returned from Ukraine myself with the Defence Committee, along with my right honourable friend, can I tell the House how movingly grateful they are to all the support we give, and in particular to my right honourable friend for his outstanding leadership of this country fighting this Russian aggression. However, there are shortages of food, ammunition and military equipment, and while we in the United States are doing our bit, there is concern that other countries are not. Can my right honourable friend inform the House during the G19 or G20 meeting, did he have any feedback from other countries that they're going to step up to the plate like ourselves and the Americans are doing?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right about the need to continue supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. That remains a feature of all our conversations with allies. There's lots of different ways people can play their part. For example, as I mentioned, the Canadians recently extending their support for training Ukrainians here. But he's right that we need to keep up the pressure. The UK has shown great leadership on this alongside America, and we will jointly encourage others to follow our lead and make sure that Ukraine can be in the strongest possible position for bringing an end to this awful conflict.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that private citizens in the UK should follow the example of several British businesses and sell any shares that they have in businesses that still operate in Russia?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the United Kingdom took the lead in imposing some of the most stringent sanctions, economic sanctions, on both the Russian economy, Russian businesses, and indeed Russian individuals. It's pleasing that other countries have followed, and we will continue to push other countries to follow our lead with sanctions, and we will continue to tighten them where we think it can make a difference.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his update on trade talks? Can I ask him whether in those talks there was any discussion about extending the arrangements to include our #1 industry, finance and professional services in those arrangements?
Actually, my honourable friend knows this area well, and that's why it's important that we take the time with trade deals, because often services liberalisation, which he rightly knows is very important for our economy, does take longer to negotiate than simple tariff reductions on goods. Our economy has an incredible services sector. It's important that they benefit from trade deals going forward, and that's what I want to make sure happens.
Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Prime Minister met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman earlier this week, did he challenge him on the way in which Saudi Arabia has been blocking the proposal at COP27 for the phase down of all fossil fuels?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we had a wide-ranging conversation on a range of topics, including climate change. We are very much committed to our obligations under the COP agreement, and we very much welcome Saudi Arabia's commitment to be net zero by 2060. There's lots of different opportunities for them to play their part as COP presidents coming up, and we will look forward to supporting them in that endeavour.
Ruth Edwards.
The last few years have shown us the importance of resilient supply chains. Can my right honourable friend confirm that a priority for his discussions with allies at the G20 was decoupling our supply chains from authoritarian regimes in key areas such as critical minerals and products like semiconductors?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point, and I'm pleased to tell her that just yesterday the Business Secretary made a decision with regard to semiconductors which should give her and others confidence that we take this incredibly seriously. I discussed critical minerals with many of our allies around the world, and I'm pleased to say that Japan, with their G7 presidency next year, will put economic security at the heart of our collective agenda.
Kevin Brennan.
Deputy Speaker, on Northern Ireland, it's reported today in the Times that the Prime Minister promised President Biden that the issues surrounding the Northern Ireland Protocol would be solved by next April. Was that a commitment that he gave to President Biden? And with a long, hard winter facing the people of Northern Ireland without government there in place. Shouldn't there be a greater sense of urgency from the UK government to sort this out?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said, actually, publicly and clearly, I want to see a resolution to this issue as soon as possible. It's why I spoke to my counterparts in Ireland, the European Commission and others almost the first day I took office, and I'm working very hard to try and bring about a negotiated settlement to the challenges we face. But those challenges on the ground are real. Businesses, families, communities are suffering as a result of the protocol. I've made that point loudly and clearly to all our counterparts, and I've urged them to show flexibility and pragmatism in their response so we can get the situation resolved on the ground and get the executive back up and running, because that's what the people of Northern Ireland deserve.
Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate G20 and its chair on their final communiqué with unanimous condemnation of the continued invasion of Ukraine, and the Prime Minister and other Western leaders on their work to de-escalate tensions between the West and China. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that apart from the important work that he is doing multilaterally in the TPP and bilaterally with India on the FTA, there are also other bilateral opportunities with leading Asian countries? And will he encourage their heads of government to do working visits to the UK?
Yes. I actually will do that, and can I also congratulate my honourable friend on his reappointment as a trade envoy to Indonesia. It's a region he knows particularly well, and he's done fantastic work in deepening our bilateral relationship with a country that is going to play an increasingly important role in the global economy, as one of the third largest democracy in the world, one of the largest Muslim countries in the world, and will soon to be a top 5 economy. It's right that we have deep relationships with Indonesia, and I thank him for his part in making sure that that is happening.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Water and sanitation is a major global crisis, causing conflict, migration, equality for women and girls, and health outcomes which are easily preventable. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether he had conversations about the water and sanitation crisis with other G20 members, and will he reverse the 80% FCDO cuts to water and sanitation projects?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the conversations I had with other leaders were incredibly appreciative of the role that the United Kingdom is playing in helping to tackle suffering, poverty and poor sanitation around the world. Particularly what was highlighted was our recent commitment of £1 billion to the Global Fund, as well as our track record in supporting countries to alleviate famine. Those are things that everyone in this House should be proud of, and this government will continue to champion.
Laura Farris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The whole House will welcome the shared commitment to the defence of Ukraine and the rule of law. But my right honourable friend will know that key to that last element is the work of the International Criminal Court, which launched its investigation into war crimes in March, with an aspiration to issue an indictment by the end of the year. Can he confirm that the UK will continue to do all it can to support their work, including the difficult task that lies ahead of obtaining custody of Russian military generals to stand trial?
Well, obviously, this is an area my honourable friend knows well, and she's right to highlight it. I'm pleased to tell her the United Kingdom was out in front in providing both technical and financial resources to the efforts to gather the evidence, and I know the Justice Secretary is in touch with the British prosecutor as well, and the team will have our full support.
Alison Tulis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Prime Minister met with Prime Minister Modi, did he raise the case of Jagtar Singh Johal, who today has been held in arbitrary detention for 1,840 days? The Sikh community in Scotland are incredibly concerned about this situation. So was it just handshakes and Instagram photographs, or did he raise this case?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've consistently raised our concerns about Mr Jahal's case directly with all levels of the Indian government. I discussed more generally the issues around extradition with Prime Minister Modi, and the Foreign Secretary raised this case with India's Minister of External Affairs just last month on his visit to India.
Mr Mayhew.
Mr made reference to the dangers of debt traps for emerging economies. Can he give further information on what steps the United Kingdom has taken to provide emerging economies with alternatives to Chinese money?
Well, my honourable friend is right to highlight the need for sensible alternatives. We tend to work not just bilaterally but also multilaterally through things like SDR recycling at the IMF. The new Resilience and Sustainability Trust that was established was done so with UK leadership, and indeed the new Debt Service Suspension Initiative is something that I championed as Chancellor, and we need to make sure that we deliver on it.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister laid out his approach to trade deals in his statement. He will be aware that while he was there, the Right Honourable Member for Camborne and Redruth was describing the trade deal with Australia as not a very good deal for the United Kingdom. Does the Prime Minister agree with the Right Honourable Member, who was formerly the Environment Secretary, and if so, what's he going to do about it?
Before the Prime Minister attempts to answer the question, there's far too much noise in the chamber. I mean, you would think that people were anticipating something happening and chatting amongst themselves instead of giving their full attention to the important answers the Prime Minister is giving to important questions. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Maybe not as important as what's about to come from the Chancellor. But all trade deals involve give and take on both sides. The Australia trade deal will open up new markets for 3 million British jobs, which is fantastic, reduce prices for Australian goods and make it easier for young people to move back and forth between those two countries. And going forward, we will ensure that our trade deals work for the UK. That's what we'll deliver.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has reaffirmed the government's strong commitment to supporting Ukraine in the face of Russia's illegal and inhumane invasion and underlined the leadership that we provided to other countries. Can he confirm that our superb armed forces will continue to provide the appropriate support, especially in training Ukraine's brave defenders to ensure that evil cannot triumph, that Putin fails, and did he encourage other G20 members to do likewise?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point, and it's an issue that he's rightly championed on previous occasions. I can give him that reassurance. The NATO Secretary General was just in the United Kingdom days ago visiting the training that we're providing for Ukrainian soldiers. It's something that is looked at favourably by many allies around the world, which is why Prime Minister Trudeau was pleased to confirm when he was with me an extension to Canadian support for that programme, and hopefully many more countries will follow.
Tony Lloyd.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not so many months ago that any international conference like the G20 would have been seized with the situation in Afghanistan. Afghanistan has now gone off the agenda, but the humanitarian crisis there is one that is moving into absolute tragedy as people are facing starvation. Can the Prime Minister tell us what conversations did take place about Afghanistan, or in any case, will he now reconvene the kind of donor conference that could make a material difference to starvation in that country?
My honourable friend is right to highlight that Afghanistan continues to experience one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. That's why earlier this year we co-hosted a UN pledging summit together with Germany and Qatar that helped raise over $2 billion for Afghanistan. But he's right to put it on the agenda, and I'll make sure that we continue to do what we can to support the people there.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A free trade deal with India is a tremendous opportunity for both the United Kingdom and India. And I agree with my right honourable friend, we should not sacrifice quality at the expense of doing a deal quickly. However, during his discussions with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, what obstacles did he actually clear so that we can actually get on with the free trade deal that we all want to see?
Well, I know my honourable friend has rightly been a significant champion of this deal and our relationships with India. I'm pleased to have his support. Now, without negotiating for all these things in public, I'm pleased that the majority of the substantive negotiation conversations were concluded by the end of October. We will now work at pace with the Indian teams to try and resolve the issues and come to a mutually satisfactory conclusion.
We're House.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Our closest trading partners are still in the EU. Can you update us what you did during the G20 Summit to improve relationship with EU countries, which, to say the least, are still fragile since Brexit?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we may have left the EU, but we have not left Europe, and it's important that we maintain strong and positive relationships with our European partners and allies. That's very much what I intend to do, and I'm pleased that those conversations have been going well.
Tom Byrne. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the situation regarding refugees all over the world was discussed, but no debate on refugees can be complete without a discussion about the plight of the Rohingya. Could my right honourable friend confirm to me that world leaders considered and had a discussion about further support we can provide to Rohingya refugees, who are the largest refugee camp in the world, and one of great concern for my constituents?
Prime Minister. Well, I know this is an issue of concern for my honourable friend, and it's right that he raises it and champions the case. I'm pleased to tell him that we have sanctioned those people responsible, and we will continue to make sure that we can provide whatever support we can to the people who need our help.
John Trickett.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. In the communique from the G20, the words food supply, or food scarcity are mentioned 54 separate times. And it's good that Britain's taking part of a global community's fight to make sure that food is properly distributed. But last year, before the Ukraine war, 1 in 9 Britons were driven to use a food bank. Isn't it clear it wasn't disruption of food which was the problem, it was poverty. Poverty driven by number 10 and number 11 when he was in the Treasury. And isn't it clear that for the poor of Britain, this is a nightmare, that hunger is a nightmare created by Downing Street?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor is about to deliver a statement that's going to ensure that our economy is strong, that we support the most vulnerable, and we have a clear platform for growth. I'd urge the honourable gentleman to wait for it.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Peace on the continent must be restored. It's a fact that no one in Europe is truly safe until Putin fails. Can my right honourable friend update the House on how we will make this happen alongside our global allies in the G20?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's important is that Russia understands that the global community speaks with one voice in condemning its illegal and barbaric actions. I'm pleased that the G20 communique expresses that sentiment, as many more countries are joining our efforts to stand up to Russian aggression and support Ukraine.
Margaret Farray.
Mr. Speaker, during talks on the CPTPP, did the Prime Minister convey the concerns of the UK's fantastic food and farming industries? And what assurances was he able to obtain that these industries will be considered and protected as negotiations continue?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I stand by our commitment not to compromise the United Kingdom's high environmental, animal welfare and food safety standards, and will ensure that our trade deals open up new markets for British farmers.
Luke Evans.
The cost of living in the UK is going up mainly because of the war that Russia is purporting, but it's not just affecting us, it's affecting the EU zone, which has inflation as an average of 10%. So what discussions did the Prime Minister have about a strategy at the G20 to deal with inflation, which is clearly a worldwide problem?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the global nature of these challenges that we are facing, in part caused by Russia's aggression. The G20 communique is clear on responsibility of individual countries to ensure financial stability, and as it says, that means delivering long-term fiscal sustainability, and that's what this Chancellor will deliver.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister very much for his statement and for his strong stance on behalf of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We thank you for that. The actions of Putin and his regime have driven 2/3 of the G20 countries into economic distress, raised inflation for us in this country by 10 to 11%, and talk of a recession are prevalent for many countries. Russia is the enemy within in the G20. What is the Prime Minister doing to align with all other G20 countries to ostracise Russia and to reduce their influence and indeed, if possible, their very membership of the G20?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is not possible in a consensual organisation to expel Russia, but I'm pleased to say to the honourable gentleman that we work closely with all partners across the G20 to deliver a strong, unified message that the threat and use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible, and today's era must not be the era for war. I think Russia heard that message loud and clear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share my right honourable friend's view that China presents a systemic challenge to the West. We've just seen in Russia how an authoritarian action can use their role in our supply chains to do damage to the global economy. So can my right honourable friend confirm that when we do engage with China on global issues like climate change or public health, he'll never do so at the expense of our national or economic security?
I can absolutely give my honourable friend that assurance. We will always be robust in defending our values and our interests, and that starts with our national security.
John Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. The government's mishandling of the Northern Ireland Protocol negotiations is acting as a barrier to trade deals and to scientific collaboration. The Prime Minister says he was much influenced by his time at Stanford. Surely he understands the key role of science and scientific research in driving economic growth, something we sorely need at the moment. Is he really going to exclude British scientists from the world's biggest scientific research programme, Horizon?
Prime Minister.
I think, Mr. Speaker, no one can doubt my commitment personally to ensuring that the UK remains, as it is, a scientific and technological superpower. That's why we've increased the R&D budget. That's why we're deregulating to support innovation. That's why we're reforming our capital markets to get money to all the companies who need it. We'll hear more from the Chancellor about that, but I can give the Honourable Lady every assurance. Innovation is the way we drive growth, and that's what the government will deliver.
That completes the statement on the G20. Before we come to the statement by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I'd like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of the statement and opposition front benches' responses will be available to watch on Parliament Live TV. I now call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to make a statement. Jeremy Hunt.
Mr. Speaker, in the face of unprecedented global headwinds, families, pensioners, businesses, teachers, nurses and many others are worried about the future. So today we deliver a plan to tackle the cost of living crisis and rebuild our economy. Our priorities are stability, growth and public services. We also protect the vulnerable, because to be British is to be compassionate, and this is a compassionate Conservative government. We are not alone in facing these problems, but today we respond to an international crisis with British values. We are honest about the challenges and we are fair in our solutions. Yes, we take difficult decisions to tackle inflation and keep mortgage rates down. But our plan also leads to a shallower downturn, lower energy bills, higher growth, and a stronger NHS and education system. Three priorities then today: stability, growth, and public services. I start with stability. Mr. Speaker, high inflation is the enemy of stability. It means higher mortgage rates, more expensive food and fuel bills, businesses failing and unemployment rising. It erodes savings, causes industrial unrest and cuts funding for public services. It hurts the poorest the most and eats away at the trust upon which a strong society is built. The Office for Budget Responsibility confirms global factors are the primary cause of current inflation. Most countries are still dealing with the fallout from a once-in-a-century pandemic. The furlough scheme, the vaccine rollout and the response of the NHS did our country proud, but they all have to be paid for. The lasting impact on supply chains has made goods more expensive and fuelled inflation,
And this has been worsened by a made-in-Russia energy crisis. Putin's war in Ukraine has caused wholesale gas and electricity prices to rise to 8 times their historic average. Inflation is high here, but higher in Germany, the Netherlands and Italy. Interest rates have risen here, but faster in the US, Canada and New Zealand. Growth forecasts have fallen here, but fallen further in Germany. The International Monetary Fund expects 1/3 of the world's economy to be in recession this year or next. So the Bank of England, which has done an outstanding job since its independence, now has my wholehearted support in its mission to defeat inflation, and I today confirm we will not change its remit. But we need fiscal and monetary policy to work together, and that means the government and the bank working in lockstep. It means, in particular, giving the world confidence in our ability to pay our debts. British families make sacrifices every day to live within their means, and so too must their government, because the United Kingdom will always pay its way. I understand the motivation of my predecessor's mini-budget, and he was correct. He was correct to identify growth as a priority. But unfunded tax cuts are as risky as unfunded spending, which is why we reversed the planned measures. As a result, government borrowing has fallen, the pound has strengthened, and the OBR says today that the lower interest rates generated by the government's actions are already benefiting our economy and public finances. But, Mr. Speaker, credibility cannot be taken for granted. And yesterday's inflation figures show we must continue a relentless fight to bring it down, including a rock-solid commitment to rebuild our public finances. Richard Hughes and his team at the OBR today lay out starkly the impact of global headwinds on the UK economy, and I'm enormously grateful to him and his team for their thorough work. The OBR forecast the UK's inflation rate to be 9.1% this year and 7.4% next year. They confirm that our actions today help inflation to fall sharply from the middle of next year. They also judge that the UK, like other countries, is now in recession. Overall this year, the economy is still forecast to grow by 4.2%. GDP then falls in 2023 by 1.4%, before rising by 1.3%, 2.6% and 2.7% in the following 3 years. The OBR says higher energy prices explain the majority of the downward revision in cumulative growth since March. They also expect a rise in unemployment from 3.6% today to 4.9% in 2024, before falling to 4.1%. Today's decisions mean that over the next 5 years, borrowing is more than halved. This year we're forecast to borrow 7.1% of GDP, or £177 billion. Next year, 5.5% of GDP, or £140 billion. Then by 2027-28, it falls to 2.4% of GDP, or £69 billion. As a result, underlying debt as a percentage of GDP starts to fall from a peak of 97.6% in 2025-6 to 97.3% in 27-28. I also confirmed 2 new fiscal rules. The first is that underlying debt must fall as a percentage of GDP by the 5th year of a rolling 5-year period. The second, that public sector borrowing over the same period must be below 3% of GDP. And the plan I'm announcing today meets both rules. Today's statement delivers a consolidation of £55 billion and means inflation and interest rates end up significantly lower. We achieve this, Mr. Speaker, in a balanced way. In the short term, as growth slows and unemployment rises, we will use fiscal policy to support the economy. The OBR confirm that because of our plans, the recession is shallower and inflation is reduced. Unemployment is also lower, with about 70,000 jobs saved as a result of our decisions today. Then, once growth returns, we increase the pace of consolidation to get debt falling. This further reduces the pressure on the bank to raise interest rates, because as Conservatives, we do not leave our debts to the next generation. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a balanced path to stability, tackling inflation to reduce the cost of living and protect pensioner savings whilst supporting the economy on a path to growth. But it means taking difficult decisions. Anyone who says there are easy answers is not being straight with the British people. Some argue for spending cuts, but that would not be compatible with high-quality public services. Others say savings should be found by increasing taxes, but Conservatives know that high-tax economies damage enterprise and erode freedom. We want low taxes and sound money, but Conservatives know sound money has to come first, because inflation eats away at the pound in people's pockets even more insidiously than taxes. So with just under half of the £55 billion consolidation coming from tax, and just over half from spending, this is a balanced plan for stability. I turn first to our decisions on tax. I have tried to be fair by following two broad principles. Firstly, we ask those with more to contribute more, and secondly, we avoid the tax rises that damage growth. Although my decisions today do lead to a substantial tax increase, we have not raised headline rates of taxation, and tax as a percentage of GDP will increase by just 1% over the next 5 years. I start with personal taxes. Asking more from those who have more means that the first difficult decision I take on tax is to reduce the threshold at which the 45p rate becomes payable from £150,000 to £125,140. Those earning £150,000 or more will pay just over £1,200 more in tax every year. We're also taking difficult decisions on tax-free allowances. I'm maintaining at current levels the income tax personal allowance, higher rate threshold, main national insurance thresholds, and the inheritance tax thresholds for a further 2 years, taking us to April 2028. Even after that, we'll still have the most generous set of tax-free allowances of any G7 country. I'm also reforming allowances on unearned income. The dividend allowance will be cut from £2,000 to £1,000 next year and then to £500 from April 24. The annual exempt amount for capital gains tax will be cut from £12,300 to £6,000 next year and then £3,000 from April 24. These changes still leave us with more generous allowances than countries like Germany, Ireland, France and Canada. Because the OBR forecast half of all new vehicles will be electric by 2025, to make our motoring tax system fairer, I've decided that from then, electric vehicles will no longer be exempt from vehicle excise duty. Company car tax rates will remain lower for electric vehicles, and I've listened to industry bodies and will limit rate increases to 1 percentage point a year for 3 years from 2025. The OBR expects housing activity to slow over the next 2 years, so the stamp duty cuts announced in the mini-budget will remain in place, but only until the 31st of March 2025. After that, I will sunset the measure, creating an incentive to support the housing market and the jobs associated with it by boosting transaction during the period the economy most needs it. I now turn to business taxes. While I've decided to freeze the employer's NICS threshold until April 2028, we will retain the employment allowance at its new higher level of £5,000. This means 40% of all businesses will pay no NICS at all. The VAT threshold is already more than twice as high as the EU and OECD averages. I will maintain it at that level until March 26. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, successfully negotiated a landmark international tax deal. to make sure multinational corporations, including big tech companies, pay the right tax in the countries they operate. I will implement these reforms, making sure the UK gets our fair share. Alongside further measures to tackle tax avoidance and evasion, this will raise an additional £2.8 billion by 27-28. I've also heard concerning reports of abuse and fraud in R&D tax relief for SMEs, so I've decided today to cut the deduction rate for the SME scheme to 86% and the credit rate to 10%, but increase the rate of the separate R&D expenditure credit from 13% to 20%. Despite raising revenue, the OBR have confirmed that these measures have no detrimental impact on the level of R&D investment in the economy. Ahead of the next budget, we'll work with industry to understand what further support R&D intensive SMEs may require. Next, windfall taxes. I have no objection to windfall taxes if they are genuinely about windfall profits caused by unexpected increases in energy prices. But I know the honourable members opposite are getting excited at the talk of windfall taxes. Can I just say that any such tax should be temporary, not deter investment, and recognise the cyclical nature of energy businesses. So, taking account of this, I've decided that from January the 1st until March 28, we will increase the energy profits levy from 25 to 35%. The structure of our energy market also creates windfall profits for low-carbon electricity generation. So from January the 1st, we've decided to introduce a new temporary 45% levy on electricity generators. Together, these measures raise £14 billion next year. Finally, I turn to business rates. It's an important principle that bills should accurately reflect market values. So we'll proceed with the revaluation of business properties from April 23. But I will soften the blow on businesses with a nearly £14 billion tax cut over the next 5 years. Nearly 2/3 of properties will not pay a penny more next year, and thousands of pubs, restaurants and small high street shops will benefit. This will include a new government-funded transitional relief scheme, as called for by the CBI, the British Retail Consortium, the Federation of Small Businesses and others, benefiting around 700,000 businesses. Mr. Speaker, our plan for the cost of living delivers lower inflation, lower mortgage rates, a shallower downturn and lower unemployment. But it also involves public spending discipline. So I turn next to how we protect public services through a challenging period. The Prime Minister's vision for this country has at its heart a strong NHS and world-class education. We know that a strong economy depends on strong public services, so we will protect them as much as we can as we deliver our plan for stability and growth. We do have to take difficult decisions on public finances, so we're going to grow public spending, but we're going to grow it more slowly than the growth in the economy. For the remaining 2 years of the spending review, we'll protect the increases in departmental budgets we've already set out in cash terms, and then grow resource spending at 1% a year in real terms in the 3 years that follow. Although departments will have to make efficiencies to deal with inflationary pressures in the next 2 years, this decision means overall spending in public services will continue to rise in real terms for the next 5 years. Before I turn to our plan for schools and the NHS, I start with 2 other areas of spending. The Department for Work and Pensions has a critical role in supporting people into work, and I am proud to live in a country with one of the most comprehensive safety nets anywhere in the world. But I am also concerned that we've seen a sharp increase in economically inactive working-age adults of around 630,000 people since the start of the pandemic. Employment levels have yet to return to pre-pandemic levels, which is bad for businesses who cannot fill vacancies and bad for people missing out on the opportunity to do well for themselves and their families. So the Prime Minister has asked the Work and Pensions Secretary to do a thorough review of issues holding back workforce participation to conclude early in the new year. Alongside this, I am also committed to helping people already in work to raise their incomes, progress in work, and become financially independent. So we will ask over 600,000 more people on universal credit to meet with a work coach so that they can get the support they need to increase their hours or earnings. I've also decided to move back the managed transition of people from employment and support allowance onto universal credit to 2028 and will invest an extra £280 million in DWP to crack down on benefit fraud and error over the next 2 years. And the government's review of the state pension age will also be published in early 2023. Our security at home depends on our security overseas. So I turn next to defence and other international commitments. The privilege of being this country's Foreign Secretary showed me firsthand the enormous respect in which this country is held, because the United Kingdom is and has always been a force for good in the world. Nothing sums that up more than the courage of our armed forces, men and women who risk their lives every day in defence of our territory and our belief in freedom. Alongside them, I salute the citizens of another country right on the front line of that fight today, the brave people of Ukraine. Yeah. The United Kingdom has given their military support worth £2.3 billion since the start of Putin's invasion, the second highest contribution in the world after the United States, which demonstrates that our commitment to democracy and open societies remains steadfast. In that context, the Prime Minister and I both recognise the need to increase defence spending. But before we make that commitment, it's necessary to revise and update the integrated review written as it was before the Ukraine invasion. And I've asked for that vital work to be completed ahead of the next budget, and today confirm we will continue to maintain the defence budget at least 2% of GDP to be consistent with our NATO commitment. Another important international commitment is to overseas aid. The OBR's forecasts show a significant shock to public finances, so it won't be possible to return to the 0.7% target until the fiscal situation allows. We remain fully committed to that target, and the plans that I've set out today assume that ODA spending will remain around 0.5% for the forecast period. As a percentage of GNI, we were the third highest donor in the G7 last year, and I am proud our aid commitment has saved thousands of lives around the world. So I look forward to working closely with my right honourable friend, the member for Sutton Coldfield, now rightly back in his place in Cabinet, to make sure we continue to play a leadership role in tackling global poverty. The United Kingdom has also been a global leader on climate change, cutting emissions by more than any other G20 country. But with the existential vulnerability we face, now would be the wrong time to step back from our international climate responsibilities. So I also confirm that despite the economic pressures, we remain fully committed to the historic Glasgow Climate Pact agreed at COP26, including a 68% reduction in our own emissions by 2030. I turn to education. Mr. Speaker, being pro-education is being pro-growth. Yeah. But providing our children with a good education is not just an economic mission, it's a moral mission, one to which my right honourable friend the Prime Minister has always been deeply committed. Thanks to the efforts of successive Conservative education secretaries, particularly my right honourable friends from Surrey Heath and from Bognor Regis, we have risen 9 places in the global league tables for maths and reading in the last 7 years. I still, however, have concerns that not all school leavers get the skills they need for a modern economy. But for the first time ever, this country has a Conservative Education Secretary who left school at 16 to become an apprentice and knows firsthand why good skills matter. There are many important initiatives in place, but as Chancellor, I want to know the answer to one simple question. Will every young person leave the education system with the skills they would get in Japan, Germany or Switzerland? So I've appointed Sir Michael Barber to advise me and my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, on the implementation of our skills reform programme. As we raise the skill levels of our school leavers, I want also to ensure that even in an economic crisis, the improvement in school standards continues to accelerate. Some have suggested putting VAT on independent school fees as a way of increasing core funding for schools, which would raise about £1.7 billion. But according to certain estimates, that would result in up to 90,000 children from the independent sector switching to state schools, giving with one hand only to take away with another. So instead of being ideological, I'm going to be practical. Because we want school standards to continue to rise for every single child, we're going to do more than protect the school's budget. We're going to increase it. And I can announce today that next year and the year after, we will invest an extra £2.3 billion per annum in our schools. Our message to heads and teachers and classroom assistants is thank you for your brilliant work. We need it to continue, and in difficult economic circumstances, a Conservative government is investing more in the public service that defines all our futures. Mr. Speaker, the service we depend on more than any other is the NHS. As a former Health Secretary, I know how hard people are working on the front line and how much they're struggling after the pandemic. The biggest issues are workforce shortages and pressures in the social care sector. So today I address them both. On staff shortages, the former chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee put forward a case for a long-term workforce plan. He even wrote a book about it, which I've read. I've listened carefully to his proposals, and I believe they have merit. So the Department of Health and Social Care and the NHS will publish an independently verified plan for the number of doctors, nurses and other professionals we'll need in 5, 10 and 15 years' time, taking full account of the need for better retention and productivity improvements. I've also listened to extensive representations about the challenges facing the social care sector. It did a heroic job looking after children, disabled adults and older people during the pandemic. Its 1.6 million employees work incredibly hard, but even outside the pandemic, the increasing number of over 80s is putting massive pressure on their services. I also heard very real concerns from local authorities, particularly about their ability to deliver the Dilnot reforms immediately. So I will delay the implementation of this important reform for 2 years, allocating the funding to allow local authorities to provide more care packages. I also want the social care system to help free up some of the 13,500 hospital beds that are occupied by those who should be at home. So I've decided to allocate for adult social care additional grant funding of £1 billion next year and £1.7 billion the year after. Combined with savings from the delayed Dilnot reforms and more council tax flexibilities, this means an increase in funding available for the social care sector of up to £2.8 billion next year and £4.7 billion the year after. That's a big increase. But how we look after our most vulnerable citizens is not just a practical issue. It speaks to our values as a society. So today's decision will allow the social care system to deliver an estimated 200,000 more care packages over the next 2 years, the biggest increase in funding under any government of any colour in history. The NHS budget has been increased to record levels to deal with the pandemic. And today I'm asking the NHS to join all public services in tackling waste and inefficiency. We want Scandinavian quality alongside Singaporean efficiency, both better outcomes for citizens and better value for taxpayers. That does not mean asking people on the front line, often exhausted and burned out, to work harder, which would not be possible or fair. But it does mean asking challenging questions about how to reform all our public services for the better. So with respect to the NHS, I've asked former Health Secretary and Chair of the Norfolk and Waveney Integrated Care System, Patricia Hewitt, to help me and the Health Secretary achieve that by advising us on how to make sure the new integrated care boards, the local NHS bodies, operate efficiently and with appropriate autonomy and accountability. I've also had discussions with NHS England about the inflationary pressures on their budget. I recognise that efficiency savings alone will not be enough to deliver the services we all need. So because of difficult decisions taken elsewhere today, I will increase the NHS budget in each of the next 2 years by £3.3 billion. The Chief Executive of the NHS, Amanda Pritchard, has said that this should provide sufficient funding for the NHS to fulfil its key priorities. She said it shows the government is serious about its commitment to prioritise our NHS. £3.3 billion for the NHS, £4.7 billion for social care, a record £8 billion package for our health and care system. That is a Conservative government putting the NHS first. And Mr. Speaker, the NHS and schools in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland face equivalent pressures. So the Barnett consequentials of today's decisions mean an extra £1.5 billion for the Scottish Government, £1.2 billion for the Welsh Government, £650 million for the Northern Ireland Executive. That is more resources for the schools and hospitals in our devolved nations next year, the year after, and every year thereafter. Mr. Speaker, our support for public services means that despite needing to find £55 billion in savings and tax rises, we are protecting the amount going into public services in real terms over the 5-year period. But if we're going to sustain our public services and avoid a doom loop of ever higher taxes and ever lower dynamism, we need economic growth. So I now turn, well, they've never been interested in growth, but we on this side of the House
I want to get to the end of the budget statement like the rest of the people of this country. Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's start with a difficult message for the party opposite. You cannot borrow your way to growth. Sound money is the rock. Sound money is the rock upon which long-term prosperity rests. But it isn't enough on its own. Our plan is designed to build a high-wage, high-skill economy that leads to long-term prosperity. In his May's lecture, my right honourable friend the Prime Minister identified the keys to doing this: people, capital and ideas. Today's increase in the education budget demonstrates our commitment to people and skills. And I now outline 3 further growth priorities: energy, infrastructure and innovation. Cheap, low-carbon, reliable energy must sit at the heart of any modern economy. But Putin's weaponisation of international gas prices has helped drive the cost of our national energy consumption right up. This year we'll be spending an extra £150 billion on energy compared to pre-pandemic levels, equivalent to paying for an entire second NHS through our energy bills. In 2019, a third of global emissions came from energy supply. So unless we act radically to change our approach, we'll both bankrupt our economy and harm our planet. Over the long term, there's only one way to stop ourselves being at the mercy of international gas prices: energy independence combined with energy efficiency. Energy independence, so neither Putin nor anyone else can use energy to blackmail us, and energy efficiency to reduce demand and climate impact as much as possible. Now, Britain is a global leader in renewable energy. Last year, nearly 40% of our electricity came from offshore wind, solar, and other renewables. Since 2010, our renewable energy production has grown faster than any other large country in Europe. But we need to go even further with a major acceleration of homegrown technologies like offshore wind, carbon capture and storage, and above all, nuclear. This will deliver new jobs, industries and export opportunities and secure the clean, affordable energy we need to power our future economy and reach net zero. So today I can announce the government will proceed with a new nuclear power plant at Sizewell C. Subject to final government approvals, the contracts for the initial investment will be signed with relevant parties, including EDF, in the coming weeks. This will create 10,000 highly skilled jobs and provide reliable, low-carbon power to the equivalent of 6 million homes for 50 years. Our £700 million investment is the first state backing for a nuclear project in over 30 years and represents the biggest step in our journey to energy independence. But, Mr. Speaker, energy efficiency is just as important. So today, we set our country a new national ambition. By 2030, we want to reduce energy consumption from buildings and industry by 15%. Reducing demand by this much means, in today's prices, a £28 billion saving from our national energy bill, or £450 off the average household bill. This must be a shared mission, with families and businesses playing their part. But so will the government play our part. In this Parliament, we're already planning to invest in energy efficiency a total of £6.6 billion. Today I'm announcing new funding from 2025 of a further £6 billion, doubling our annual investment to deliver this new national ambition. Our commitment to the British people is over time to remove the single biggest driver of inflation and volatility facing British businesses and consumers. So my right honourable friend, the Business and Energy Secretary, will publish further details on our energy independence plans and launch a new energy efficiency task force shortly. Mr. Speaker, if a modern economy needs secure, clean and affordable energy, it also needs good roads, rail, broadband and 5G infrastructure. Such connections matter because they allow wealth and opportunity to spread to every corner of the country. And that is why infrastructure is our second growth priority. Thanks to decisions by this Conservative government, right now workers right across the country are building or maintaining thousands of miles of roads and railways, installing mobile masts and broadband cables to connect the remotest parts of rural Britain, building and repairing hospitals and constructing new wind turbines in the North Sea. When looking for cuts, capital is sometimes seen as an easy option, but doing so limits not our budgets, but our future. So today I can announce that I'm not cutting a penny from our capital budgets in the next 2 years and maintaining them at that level in cash terms for the following 3 years. That means that although we're not growing our capital budget as planned, it will still increase from £63 billion 4 years ago to £114 billion next year, £115 billion the year after, and remain at that level, more than double what it was under the last Labour government. Smart countries build on their long-term commitments rather than discard them. So today I confirm that because of this decision, alongside Sizewell C, we will deliver the core Northern Powerhouse Rail, HS2 to Manchester, and East-West Rail, and the new hospitals programme, and gigabit broadband rollout. All these and more will be funded as promised, with over £600 billion of investment over the next 5 years to connect our country and grow our economy. Our National Conservative mission is to level up economic opportunity across the country. And that too needs investment in infrastructure. So I will also proceed with round 2 of the Levelling Up Fund, at least matching the £1.7 billion value of round 1. We'll also drive growth across the UK by working with the Scottish Government on the feasibility study for the A75, supporting the Advanced Technology Research Centre in Wales, and funding a trade and investment event in Northern Ireland next year. But to unlock growth right across the country, we need to make it easier for local leaders to make things happen without banging on a Whitehall door. Our brilliant mayors, like Andy Street and Ben Houchin, have shown the power of civic entrepreneurship. We need more of this inspirational local leadership. So today I can announce a new devolution deal that will bring an elected mayor to Suffolk, and deals to bring mayors to Cornwall, Norfolk, and an area in the North East to follow shortly. We're also making progress towards trailblazer devolution deals with the Greater Manchester Combined Authority and West Midlands Combined Authority, and soon over half of England will be covered by devolution deals. Taken together, that £600 billion investment in our future growth represents the largest investment in public works for 40 years. So our children and grandchildren can be confident that this Conservative government is investing in their future. Energy and infrastructure. And now our third growth priority, innovation. Mr. Speaker, we have a national genius for innovation. Britain is the land of Newton, Darwin, Fleming, Faraday, Franklin, Gilbert and Berners-Lee, the home of 3 of the world's top 10 universities, the country with the largest life science and technology sectors in Europe. Thanks to successive Conservative governments, we remain a science superpower. And I salute the work of the former Chancellor George Osborne, my right honourable friend from Tunbridge Wells, and my honourable friend the Science Minister and member for Mid Norfolk, for laying the vital foundations to make this possible. 21st century economies will be defined by new developments in artificial intelligence, quantum technologies and robotics. But we need to be better at turning world-class innovation into world-class companies. So as a former entrepreneur, I had to get that in somewhere, I want to combine our technology and science brilliance with our formidable financial services to turn Britain into the world's next Silicon Valley. We learned from the success of Nigel Lawson's Big Bang in 1986 that smart regulatory reform can spur investment from all over the world. So today, using our Brexit freedoms, I confirm the next steps in our supply-side transformation. By the end of next year, we will decide and announce changes to EU regulations in our 5 growth industries: digital, life sciences, green industries, financial services and advanced manufacturing. And I've asked the Chief Scientific Officer, Sir Patrick Vallance, who did such a brilliant job in the pandemic, to lead our work on how to do this. The second lesson of Nigel Lawson's Big Bang is the most important driver of global success is not tax subsidies, but competition. So we will legislate to give the Digital Markets Unit new powers to challenge monopolies and increase the competitive pressure to innovate. To further spur competition, I've listened to requests from businesses, and today I'm removing import tariffs on over 100 goods used by UK businesses in their production processes, from car seat parts to bicycle frames. I'll also change our approach to investment zones, which will now focus on leveraging our research strengths by being centred on universities in left-behind areas to help build clusters for our new growth industries. My Right Honourable Friend, the Levelling Up Secretary, will work with mayors, devolved administrations and local partners to achieve this, with the first decisions announced ahead of the spring budget. I've heard some speculation that we might cut the research and development budget today, but I believe that would be a profound mistake. In our 2017 manifesto, we announced a target to invest 2.4% of our GDP in R&D, and the latest ONS data suggests the UK is close to meeting that target. I want to go further, so today I protect our entire research budget and confirm that we'll increase public funding for R&E to 20 billion by 24-25 as part of our mission to make the United Kingdom a science superpower. And finally, Nigel Lawson's Big Bang inspires us today, but nearly 40 years on, we must stay true to its mission to make the UK the world's most innovative and competitive global financial centre. So to further support investment across our economy, I also announced that we're publishing our decision on Solvency II, which will unlock tens of billions of pounds of investment for our growth-enhancing industries. 3 priorities for growth: energy security, investment in infrastructure, and a plan to turn the United Kingdom into the world's next Silicon Valley, transforming British intellectual genius into British commercial success. But alongside British genius, we must remember another great national quality: British compassion. So this final part of our plan protects the most vulnerable, and it's to that I now turn. Mr. Speaker, strong public finances aren't just to make accountants happy. It's because we took difficult decisions in 2010 that we could afford record funding increases for the NHS, the landmark furlough scheme, and now the energy price guarantee. Today, the discipline that we've shown means we can provide targeted support to help our most vulnerable citizens with the cost of living. One of the biggest worries for families is energy bills, and I pay tribute to my predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Spelthorne, and the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk, for their leadership in this area. This winter, we will stick with their plan to spend £55 billion to help households and businesses with their energy bills, one of the largest support plans in Europe. From April, we'll continue the energy price guarantee for a further 12 months at a higher level of £3,000 per year for the average household. With prices forecast to remain elevated throughout next year, this will mean an average of £500 support for every household in the country. At the same time, for the most vulnerable, we'll introduce additional cost of living payments next year of £900 to households on means-tested benefits, £300 to pensioner households, and £150 for individuals on disability benefit. We'll also provide an additional £1 billion of funding to enable a further 12-month extension to the Household Support Fund, helping local authorities to assist those who might otherwise fall through the cracks. And for those households who use alternative fuels, such as heating oil and LPG to heat their homes, I'm today doubling the amount of support from £100 to £200, which will be delivered as soon as possible this winter. And before the end of the year, we'll also bring forward a new targeted approach to support businesses from next April. But I want to go further to support people most exposed to high inflation. Around 4 million families live in the social rented sector, almost 1/5 of households in England. Their rents are set at 1% above the September inflation rate, which means that on current plans, they're set to see rent hikes next year of up to 11%, For many, that would just be unaffordable. So today I can announce that this government will cap the increase in social rents to a maximum of 7% in 23-24. Compared to current plans, that is a saving for the average tenant of £200 next year. This government introduced, I thought they cared about the most vulnerable. This government introduced the national living wage, which has been a giant step in eliminating low pay. So today I'm accepting the recommendation of the Low Pay Commission to increase it next year by 9.7%. That means from April 23, the hourly rate will be £10.42, which represents an annual pay rise worth over £1,600 to a full-time worker. It's expected to benefit over 2 million of the lowest paid workers in our country and keeps us on track for our target to reach 2/3 of median earnings by 2024. And it is the largest increase in the UK's national living wage ever. Mr. Speaker, there have also been some representations to keep the uplift to working age and disability benefits below the level of inflation, given the financial constraints we face. But that would not be consistent with our commitment to protect the most vulnerable. So today I also commit to uprate such benefits by inflation with an increase of 10.1%. That is an expensive commitment costing £11 billion, but it means 10 million working-age families will see a much-needed increase next year, which speaks to our priorities as a government and our priorities as a nation. On average, a family on universal credit will benefit next year by around £600, and to increase the number of households who can benefit from this decision, I'll also exceptionally increase the benefit cap with inflation next year. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I've talked a lot about British values of compassion, hard work, dignity, fairness. There is no more British value than our commitment to protect and honour those who built the country we live in. So to support the poorest pensioners, I have decided to increase the pension credit by 10.1%, which is worth up to £1,470 for a couple and £960 for a single pensioner in our most vulnerable households. But the cost of living crisis is harming not just our poorest pensioners, but all pensioners. So because we've taken difficult decisions elsewhere today, I can also announce that we will fulfil our pledge to the country to protect the pensions triple lock. In April, the state pension will increase in line with inflation, an £870 increase, which represents the biggest ever increase in the state pension. And to the millions of pensioners who will benefit from this measure, I say now and always, this government is on your side. Mr. Speaker, there is a global energy crisis, a global inflation crisis, and a global economic crisis. But the British people are tough, inventive, and resourceful. We have risen to bigger challenges before. We aren't immune to these headwinds, but with this plan for stability, growth, and public services, we will face into the storm. There may be a recession made in Russia, but there is a recovery made in Britain. And we commit to our plan today with British resilience and British compassion. Because of the difficult decisions we take today, we strengthen our public finances, bring down inflation, protect jobs. We build the first state-backed nuclear power station for 30 years. We continue the biggest programme of capital investment for 40 years. We protect standards in schools, cut NHS waiting times, fund social care, cap energy bills, support those on benefits. We protect workers with the biggest ever increase in the national living wage. and our pensioners on the triple lock with the biggest ever increase in the state pension. This is a balanced plan for stability, a plan for growth, and a plan for public services. It shows that you don't need to choose either a strong economy or good public services. With Conservatives, and only with Conservatives, you get both. And I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Chancellor for that statement. So here we are.